This meeting of MSJC Community College District to order. It is 4:02 p.m. We're meeting at the Temecula campus. We'll move on to item 1.2, Pledge of Allegiance. If you could, please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Trustee Smith, can you lead us? Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Item 1.3, roll call, establishment of quorum.
Trustee Ashley?
Present.
Trustee Carpenter? Present. Trustee Corona? Trustee Smith?
Present.
Trustee Silva?
Here.
Student Trustee Waluko?
Present.
Academic Senate Anjanette Oberg?
Here.
Classified Senate Ed Saucedo?
Present.
Student Government Association Ubaldo Puente?
Thank you. Item 1.4, approval of minutes, regular meeting of April 9th, 2026. We recommend approval of these minutes. Do we have a motion to approve?
I'll make that motion.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, student trustee, please vote.
Aye.
Trustees, please vote.
Aye.
Aye. Item 1.5, approval of minutes, special meeting of April 10th. We recommend approval of the minutes for the special meeting. Do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Ashley, I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, student trustee, please vote.
Abstain.
Trustees, please vote. Aye. Item 1.6, approval of minutes, special meeting of April 22nd, 2026. Recommend approval of the minutes. Do we have a motion?
Move.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Student trustee, please vote.
Abstain.
Trustees, please vote.
Aye.
Aye. Do I have another one? Oh, item 1.7, approval of minutes, special meeting of April 23rd. There's so many special meetings, folks. I'm starting to wonder if I've read the same thing twice. The college recommends approval of the minutes of the special meeting of April 23rd. Do we have a motion?
Ashley, I move to approve.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Hearing none. Student trustee, please vote.
Abstain.
Trustees, please vote.
Aye.
Let the record show trustee Corona is here. Item 1.8, revision, adoption, ordering of the agenda. It is recommended that the board approve the agenda in its current format. Is there a motion to approve?
I'll make a motion.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, student trustee, please vote.
Aye.
Trustees, please vote.
Aye.
Item number 2, comments of individual groups, delegations limited to closed session items. Public comments are limited to closed session agenda items. Be no more than 3 minutes per speaker and 20 minutes per subject unless further time is granted by the board. We do have one item for that is addressed to closed session. Dr. Anjanette Oberg would like to make remarks.
Aloha, everyone. I'm Anjanette Oberg. As you all know, I had the pleasure and honor of serving on the Presidential Search Committee, and I want to, on behalf of Academic Senate, welcome our new presidential hire, Dr. Tani Dodson. I have received tremendous feedback across constituent groups about Dr. Dodson. All have been extremely favorable. Faculty were very proactive about researching and reaching out to union presidents and Senate presidents for each of the candidates and the finalists. And we have received only wonderful positive comments. So we welcome her. I would like to thank Dr. Roger Schultz, and he's supporting Senate in having a healthy transition from his presidency to hers. So thank you for that support and for all you've done. And then as I am recommending with Diana and our executive leadership, I'm also going to recommend to the board, I think the best time to really assess the effectiveness of a process is immediately following the process. And I would ask that we reconvene the search committee and we do a debrief and we talk about, are there things in the process that maybe we would want to change for the future? Although we hope Dr. Dotson is with us for years and years to come until her retirement, as she shared in her public forum, sometimes things happen. And now would be the time for us to really come together and reevaluate our process and identify if there are improvements that can be made. And I do think it would be important to have the executive leadership involved in that process, because there might also be some pieces that you could bring some insight into. So that is what I'm humbly putting forth before the board for your consideration. But on that note, we do hope she stays until retirement. These also might be things we could improve upon for hiring any executive position beyond just our president position as well. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. We're going to now adjourn to closed session. I'm going to read item 3.1, our closed session notice pursuant to all applicable ed codes, government codes, and recently enacted statutes. The Board of Trustees will meet in closed session to discuss and or act on the following matters: public employee appointment, title, Superintendent President, audit by the State Auditor's Office. 3.4, conference with real property negotiator over a multitude of assessor parcel numbers. 3.5, conference with legal counsel, potential litigation. Item 3.6, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation. 3.7, conference with labor negotiator, Communication Workers of America. Item 3.8, public employee dismissal, discipline / release. And we will then reconvene to open session to report out. And before we go into closed session, I'll just point out to everyone, although we will discuss the appointment or the vote on our new superintendent, that vote is on our open agenda, and it will not be done in closed session. That is on open session. Just so everyone knows that it's a discussion in closed session. And with that, we will adjourn to closed session. Bring this meeting back to order from closed session, and we have nothing to report out from closed session. As a result, we'll move on to item 4. 4.1 is public comment. This public comment is limited to agenda items that shall be no more than 3 minutes per speaker with 20 minutes total per subject unless further time is granted by the board. And if I don't get the name right, it's because of the, I might have, it looks like it's, the first speaker is Evan Tucker. Is that correct? Evan, come on up. And this is for agenda item 9.9.
Good evening.
Good
My
evening.
name is Evan Tucker, and I'm the incoming chair of the San Jacinto Campus Library. This is my first time speaking before the board, and I wish I could say I was here to celebrate being granted tenure this evening. But unfortunately, I'm here to speak to you about the recent incidents that took place at the San Jacinto Campus Library and LRC. Starting on April 29th, a chemical was used as part of the roofing project on the 300 building that sickened many of the employees and students over multiple days. One of those mornings, a class from the Child Development Center came over to celebrate National Children's Book Week, but we decided the chemical fumes were too dangerous for children, and we held story time outside. On 2 different days, we were evacuated from the 300 building after we insisted it was unsafe because too many people were getting sick. The library and LRC were relocated to classrooms across campus, and many students did not come to the new location. The disruptions all took place as students were preparing for finals and the graduation celebrations planned for the 300 building. No one contacted the celebration organizers to let them know the building was uninhabitable. The librarians had to do that ourselves. We were repeatedly told that our boss, the vice president of instruction, said the chemicals being used were safe, but every member of my team experienced symptoms like severe headaches, dizziness, throat irritation, burning lungs, and nausea. I looked in the roofer's truck and saw they were using a chemical called xylene. According to the EPA, exposure to this chemical produces the kinds of symptoms we all experienced, as well as neurological impairment. No one consulted with us or even notified us about this project. We only found out about it because it was the 30th item in the Eagles Weekly the day before the project began. If anyone had talked to us, we would have told them that this was the worst time of year to do something like this in the library. And so I ask you, why sicken students, staff, and faculty with noxious fumes, displace academic support services leading up to finals, and create chaos for graduation celebration for LGBT, Puente, EOPS, CalWorks, TRIO, and Native American students when we could have just waited a few weeks until the college was closed? The SJC deans and VP Beckham have been supportive in their response to this crisis, but our goal is to be proactive and not just reactive. In the future, we need to know what chemicals we are being exposed to see the data safety sheets, and to be consulted in advance so we can avoid disruptions of services and programming. This disaster was totally preventable, and we implore you to use your power to make sure that it does not happen again. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your comments. Next up is Catalina Rios on the same item, 9.9.
Good evening. My name is Kathleen Rios. I am the Learning Resource Center Coordinator for the San Jacinto campus. Just want to share that the Learning Resource Center and libraries are some of the most heavily utilized student support spaces on campus. During the finals week of the semester, the LRC alone regularly provides approximately 400 to 500 student contact hours through tutoring, supplemental instruction, study support, and PALS academic assistance. These spaces are critical for students preparing for exams, completing assignments, accessing technology and learning tools, as well as collaborating with peers so that they can successfully complete their courses. While staff worked incredibly hard to continue supporting students, the temporary spaces we were moved to were not designed for the type of collaborative academic support services we provide in the LRC and libraries. Some students struggled to locate services, others lost access to familiar learning environments, and many experienced additional stress during the most academically critical times of the semester. Furthermore, these temporary spaces were not equipped to allow for accurate data capturing needed for apportionment reporting. One student employee shared the following reflection about this experience. There were students who are regulars in the LRC for whom I've yet to see in the new temporary locations because of the change, which means that students who needed the help couldn't receive help simply because of poor planning. I believe this statement captures the real impact of this disruption had on students who rely on these spaces. For many students, LRC and libraries are not just simply buildings. They are places where students find guidance, encouragement, stability, and connection. I also believe that the situation highlighted the importance of strong communication and coordination between departments when planning projects that might impact student spaces. Moving forward, I respectfully ask that future construction and maintenance projects include several student-centered questions. Does this project have the potential to disrupt student learning or access? And what is the plan to mitigate that disruption? I believe that keeping students at the center of these conversations will help us better balance necessary campus improvements with our institutional commitment to student success. Lastly, I want to express my appreciation for leadership team, including Nick Zappia, Bree Brown, Elisha Ramirez, and VP Beckham for their assistance in relocating the services so quickly. I also want to recognize the library staff, LRC, and PALS staff, as well as our student worker teams who remain flexible, compassionate, and deeply committed to helping the students through this difficult situations. Thank you.
Thank you for your remarks. Next up, Ryan Sullivan, also speaking on 9.9.
Working? Okay.
Yes.
Good evening. Thank you for those for those of you who don't know me, I'm Ryan Sullivan, Chair of English and Writing Center Coordinator at the SJC campus. As my colleagues have talked about today, the library project was really disruptive. I want to thank our deans for supporting us during these challenges and the many others we've had, and we appreciate their work. For me, it is emblematic of a bigger systemic issue we have had at our college. I sat across from you a few years ago as Senate President, and since then I have seen decision-making be increasingly siloed away into EC. Often decisions from that room come without justification and feel divorced from the reality that we as faculty, staff, and students encounter on a daily basis. While I do believe that our faculty have our own problems to address, there is a larger trend where we feel our voices do not matter in decision-making, and that when we do bring forward concerns, they're not taken seriously. Collaboration is hard, but it's vital to our mission. As chair of the Senate Judiciary Committee, I found an extremely high number of folks were being nominated to serve on Senate and turning down the opportunities. Based on a survey exploring the causes, one of the most frequent responses was that they didn't think the work mattered because executive administration just did what they wanted to anyway. As we prepare to welcome a new president, I hope we can have some honest conversations about what can happen when what we can do to make our processes more responsive and accountable to those they affect. I'll give a few examples of what happens when they don't. A presidential candidate said that he had been told about our inclusive and democratic scheduled development process, and the faculty in the room shook their heads because our experience is anything but. We have often found our expertise and pedagogical concerns ignored. We have seen unilateral changes to the faculty hiring process without faculty consultation, such as Zoom interviews being the default, which do not reflect what our job entails. Our affinity graduations have been told they can't use facilities resources, which has resulted in them having to rent such items as trash cans and podiums because we can't provide them. And not to mention the several that were relocated and impacted by these library issues over the last few weeks. These are things that happen when you don't consult folks that are most affected by decisions and trust their valuable insight. We need clearer and direct communication from executive leadership and explanations for decisions. We need stronger collaborations and relationships like the ones we find at the dean level. And we need to recenter learning and the work we do in our learning spaces. As the saying goes, nothing about us without us. I hope that as the year closes and we open a new chapter for the college, we can have open dialogue and we can work to revitalize our governance processes. And those of us on the front line can once again feel like our voices actually matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sullivan. And I'd just like to, Dr. Sullivan, my apologies. If you'll indulge me, Ryan, Kathalina, and Evan, I know that you have better places to be than be here with us. Although it's always a pleasure to have more of our community in the audience. Thanks for taking time out to let us know about your concerns, and we'll look into them, I can assure you. I need to. We will now move on to item 5.1, reports from the board president and the board of trustees. And we will begin with Trustee Smith. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Ashling. I want to start with thanking all the people that work so diligently in the presidential search, but I want to highlight the one individual that did the most, Jackie Morrison. Obviously, the change will have the biggest impact on her, and I want to publicly state she will have our full support, and I'm sure she will also have the board's as well. It has been a busy month. Obviously, the presidential search, which was a wonderful success. Then shortly after the selection, several of us attended a California League conference where we were congratulated several times on the selection of Dr. Dotson. She obviously has a very stellar reputation. As busy as it has been very encouraging to see and hear all the success of not only students, but staff as well. I visited the new welding program in Hemet with Dr. Brown. I also visited with one of the first graduates of the new CDL program based out of Paris, and this has a lot of value for students, saving them thousands of dollars. The art class also painted a beautiful mural on the wall at the San Jacinto campus and hosted a dedication that I attended with Dr. Schultz. And of course, it's always inspiring at the employee recognition to see how many employees are recognized and the years of service many of them have put in. After that, it was off to the very first Native American graduation. You learn so much at these events. You meet graduates even older than me, Chair Ashley. When they tell their story, you can't leave without being inspired. I also attended the Raza and the Imani celebration, and I love listening to the students because you always learn from them. Like the subject the college teaches, but it's not in the catalog. Learning about community and the importance of it. As a huge advocate for community and hearing the students speak of it, this is a priceless subject that we can all help to teach. I want to encourage everyone to find a positive in the day and pass that culture on to the students and those working alongside you, because this is a community and we all need to do our best to share the positive influence of the community, not just the negative. There's enough of that in this world. And I want to congratulate those graduating and to thank the staff for helping and supporting them along the way, because I could hear that in all of these events that we went to. You guys do an excellent job. We'll see you at commencement. Thank you, Chair Ashley.
Thank you, Trustee Smith. Trustee Corona, go ahead.
Since our last board meeting, I attended Willimar's Earth Day event on April 18th. I also attended the Paris District Facility and Bond Advisory Committee event on April 20th, and the Paris State of the City event on April 30th with Dean Hauser and Government Relations Director Jordan Wright. On May 1st through the 3rd, I attended the annual Community College Trustees Conference with some of our board members right here. I also had the privilege of participating with the board with the final interviews and selection process of MSJC's next superintendent. It is often said that one of the most important responsibilities of a trustee is hiring the college superintendent. And I believe our board fulfilled that responsibility exceptionally well. I would like to thank Tom Ashley and Vicky Carpenter for serving as committee chairs, Jackie Morrison for her support, all the committee members and the staff that were involved, our consultant Pam Fisher, and the many students, employees, and community members who participated throughout the process. I also want to thank all the outstanding candidates from across the state and the nation that applied. Additionally, I want to recognize and thank our current superintendent, Roger Schultz, for his leadership and dedication over the past 18 years. His commitment, along with hard work of our faculty, our staff, and leadership teams, has helped build MSJC's outstanding reputation statewide and nationwide. Finally, congratulations to our incoming superintendent. We are excited for the future of MSJC and confident the college remains in a very strong position. I also want to bring up, when I'm at home, I go on Instagram and I see MSJC's Instagram page, the media outreach. I want to thank Dr. Andrea Pasolini, our Director of Public Relations, and the staff that support MSJC's social media outreach. We have seen many wonderful events and celebrations across the district, including the Imani celebration, Mother's Day events, Rasa Scholar celebration, Native graduation ceremony, celebration of our faculty and retirees, a PETA Heritage event, Earth Day activities, dance, theater, performances, and concerts at both campuses, the Menifee and the San Jacinto campus. On May 16th, that's in 2 days, we're going to have a local car scene event. I'm also looking forward to attend all 4 of our graduation ceremonies on the 20th and the 21st. These celebrations are always among the highlights of the year. It's amazing how much MSJC does. As a board member, I'm extremely proud of MSJC. This concludes my report.
Thank you, Trustee Corona. Trustee Silva.
All right, well, good afternoon. We have survived festival season. Now we're directly into graduation season. I want to congratulate all those honored on May 8th at the Employee Recognition and Employee Appreciation event for their years of service to our college. I apologize for my absence and appreciate the tremendous dedication demonstrated by so many members of the MSJC family. Next week, May 18th through 24th, is recognized throughout the state of California as Classified School Employees Week. As a CSEA member since 2007 with 2 different chapters, Chapter 291 and Chapter 407, I want to acknowledge and salute the hard work and dedication of our classified professionals who faithfully serve the MSJC community each and every day. To CSEA Chapter 767, thank you for helping our students thrive where classified employees work. That's okay. That's an applause line. Thank you. May is also National Foster Care Month. As a parent who went through the foster to adopt process with my twin daughters, I can personally speak to the incredible blessing children are in our lives. It is also an important reminder that the need exists right here in our own community. You don't have to look to a far-flung foreign country or even another state to make a difference. Thousands of children in Riverside County are in need of a loving home, a warm meal, and a safe place to sleep. Next week also marks graduation season. Oh, that's an applause line too, so that's okay. Next week also marks graduation season, and we are eagerly looking forward to celebrating the tremendous achievements of our students during commencement ceremonies at Pechanga Resort Casino next Wednesday and Thursday. From May 28th through 31st, the annual Cherry Festival will take place in Beaumont. MSJC will once again have a presence in the Cherry Festival Parade, and I look forward to participating in this long-standing community tradition. I personally want to recognize the hard work and professionalism of Director Jackie Morrison. She handled a great deal throughout the process of hiring and remained steady under intense pressure from various angles. And I look forward to continuing to work alongside her for many years to come. Congratulations are also in order for our Eagle softball team. On April 27th, the California Community College Fast Pitch Coaches Association announced its 2026 All-State Awards with sophomore Malia Cordova of Elsinore High School earning recognition as a member of the All-State South team. Cordova served as the Eagles' leading hitter and was one of the Inland Empire Athletic Conference's top offensive players. She led the team in several categories, including runs batted in with 48, doubles with 22, and home runs with 8. The Eagles also secured a berth in the 3C2A Southern California Regional Playoffs as the number 14 seed, facing the number 3 seed San Diego Mesa Olympians. Another postseason appearance reflects the grit, determination, and remarkable effort demonstrated by the entire program this season. I also want to congratulate Eagles baseball and head coach Ed Hurtado on an impressive inaugural season, including a playoff appearance in his first year leading the program. Before our next meeting comes Memorial Day, and I want to express my gratitude to all members of the U.S. Armed Services, as well as those who have served in clandestine and contract capacities who've made the ultimate sacrifice in service of our nation. And with that, I'd like to wish everyone a happy and safe National Buttermilk Biscuit Day. And that concludes my report.
Thank you. And Trustee Carpenter.
Okay, well, I have been traveling, both for family and for kind of work. My grandson got married in Cancun, so I was mostly gone most of April, and then in Sacramento for a week, lobbying for private property rights. In between all that and before, during, and after, of course, I'm part of the search committee for our new superintendent. And I do also want to thank everyone who's on the committee and for all their hard work. It was a real process and quite daunting, but it is a good process, and we got through it, and we got the best, most qualified incoming superintendent president. And Tom Ashley, thank you so much for your leadership in that role as well.
Thank you.
Trustee Ashley, excuse me. I also attended the city manager for Southwest Riverside County forum this past week with all the good things that's going on in our region, and our college is always a part of that, a great part of that. Attended the employee special recognition, and that is always, heartwarming to see what you all have done. And I really appreciate and thank your hard work for making this institution as great as it is. I want to let you know that not this Tuesday coming, but the Tuesday after, the Chamber of Commerce, Menifee Valley Chamber of Commerce, will be having their Wake Up Menifee at MSJC Studio 215. So I would encourage any of you that would like to come and see what's going on. And I'm looking forward to getting back in the studio. Maybe I can do a movie or something there. I don't know. Press release. Mostly, and what I look forward to the most, and I'm going to miss one day because my grandson is graduating as well, a promotion, I guess is what it's called. So I'll be out of state, but I will be back on Thursday to see and hand out diplomas and see all your happy faces on Thursday for graduation. And to me, that's the highlight of our year. And I lastly want to also thank, and it's not quite time because he's not leaving, but as it comes closer, Dr. Schultz, I know you're have a skip in your step now, but we're kind of sad to see you. It's bittersweet that you'll be leaving, but we're happy that we're getting someone that is qualified as Dr. Dotson. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Trustee Carpenter. And I was thinking I would have a very short report, and sorry, folks, I don't see how that's possible. Just prior to today's meeting, I was invited to sit at to go on a quick tour and then a quick roundtable discussion with Josh Friday, and that's Friday with a Y, not an I. He is the director of GoServe and California Chief Service Officer. I didn't really know what that was, which is why I went to the meeting, and I learned that he's kind of the head of like volunteerism and internship opportunities for the state of California, and he serves on Governor Newsom's cabinet. So he's a high-ranking California official that visited, and I was very impressed with him. He had a good ear. He wanted to hear what our students had to say, not just you know, not just the Banning Economic Development Council. He's like, what have you guys, you know, tell me what you're doing and what your dreams are. And I was impressed with him. Because right now I'm speaking on my own behalf and not on behalf of the board as a whole, I'll go a little further. I am a proud union member of the California Teachers Association. And it turns out that he is running for lieutenant governor. He has been endorsed by the California Teachers Association. So if any of you haven't looked around and you're looking for someone, I'm just letting you know. I'm not telling you who to vote for. I'm letting you know. This man visited our campus and took time to listen to our students today, and that should mean something to all of us. So it's a long field. Josh Friday was here today wanting to know what he could do for us. And so end of political statement. But I really do appreciate his visit. Now, on to the employee recognition event. I'm glad I went. It was lovely. It was a little short. It was like it wrapped up pretty quick and it got the job done. No softball game this year, but it was well done. And I appreciate all the folks that put it together. It was great. I also went to the Community College League of California annual conference this month. And it's always great to be able to put your day job away and put your daily concerns away when you go to a conference and you can really think deeply about what's going on with community colleges and then spend more time with your fellow trustees and just kind of build relationships with all the folks around the state. And I found it to be useful. And other than that, I also know that this is Claudia Woloko's last meeting, and I do have a recognition plaque for her service, and I'd like to come around and deliver it to you. So if you'd like to meet me in the front, but what it says is, in appreciation of your dedication and service to the students of Mount San Jacinto College 2025 and 2026. So let's hear it for student trustee Woloko. Also, I'm going to hand the microphone back over to Trustee Carpenter on my behalf. She has something for Miss Morrison sitting here. Go ahead, Vicki.
Actually, we have.
Yes.
Yes,
We. I'm sorry. She's going to present it.
However, I have to tell you, Jackie, I didn't mention you before because I knew we were going to be doing a little extra special for you. Because you really were the glue that kept us all together during the search. And I know that we know that you worked long hours under a lot of stress to make sure that we had what we needed to make an informed decision and the process went the way it was supposed to go. And we appreciate you, so appreciate you that Trustee Ashley.
Oh, we got you something. Just a card, but
In appreciation.
it's just a card and some flowers, but there's something in there too for you. And you don't want to get in front of everyone. I know you.
Speech.
Thank you so much, Jess. It really. Okay, well, I guess we're gonna do it right here.
You're not escaping
Yeah.
Andy's camera. It's just not happening.
Yeah, I got a sticker.
Just to be clear, I forgot, excuse me, because I said we and like, because we were involved, but I mean, we, the Board of Trustees, all appreciate you and this from the board, totally.
And I hope us chipping in didn't violate the Brown Act, but I'm pretty sure it did. That was a joke, everyone. That is all I have from,
Your day job.
that's all I have for my report. And with that, we'll move on to the student trustee report, a special last report from Claudia Woloco.
May I have it before she gets it?
Absolutely.
I want to speak about this young lady because I have traveled far and wide with her, and I haven't had as much time as I would even like to have had. She's done a terrific job. She's been well-spoken for us and a representative for all. And it shouldn't go unnoticed, and her work's just been stellar. Thank you, Claudia.
Okay, well, that threw me off. It's not, thank you so much, first of all. I can't express how much I've learned in this space and in this role. And many of the people in this room have contributed to that. And I feel like I've grown as a person, and in my understanding. So I really appreciate everything that you guys have taught me. Thank you. And thanks for the plaque. That's really nice too. Thank you. It is my last report. It's a little bit bittersweet. It's the end of my time here. I'm excited to be moving on, but I'm also very sad that my time here has come to an end. So I do hope that you'll indulge me a little bit because I have a lot to report on and it's my last chance. Okay. First and foremost, I want to take a moment to welcome Dr. Tawny Dotson as our incoming superintendent president. And really congratulate the board on making such a great decision. I have every confidence that her leadership will move this institution forward in meaningful ways, and I look forward to seeing the impact she will have on our students and our community. I also want to sincerely thank Dr. Schultz for his dedication to MSJC and for the legacy of service you leave behind. It's been an honor to have been student trustee under your leadership, and I'll cherish our meetings as some of the most insightful conversations that I've had here. So thank you. I want to give my shout outs as well. First of all, I want to offer a preemptive congratulations to our incoming student trustee. Today is the last day to vote, but there is only one person running, so we kind of know who it's gonna be. Yes. I don't want to name any names yet because it's not official. But I hope that you will offer him the grace and guidance that you've offered me this year. And I trust that he will lead with equity and inclusivity in mind. So I'm looking forward to what he does in his year coming forward. I also want to thank the faculty who really took me under their wings and gave me a safe space to learn and feel supported in every way throughout my time here. Thank you to Academic Senate, especially Anjanette and Michael Arce, for being so willing to join and support our advocacy efforts and being so encouraging whenever we join in on your meetings. And I want to give a shout out to the SGA officers who have worked really hard to make this year as engaging as possible for all three of our campuses, even while navigating through a brand new structure and a lot of turnover and uncertainty. I especially want to give a shout out to President Puente for stepping up this semester and always leading the meetings and events with so much energy and joy and being dedicated to the initiatives that you started. I recognize that you played a big role in bringing so many of our students who are joining us here today. And for the students who are here, I also want to say that I salute the work that you're doing and your advocacy. And I would encourage you to continue taking space for the issues that you are passionate about in the future as well. I want to highlight once again that next week is Classified School Employees Week, and I am personally so grateful for how tirelessly our classified staff work to make our experiences as students the absolute best that it could be. I want to especially thank our student life team, Suzanne, Amber, Deja, and Carla, for keeping everything together, for helping me navigate my crises of the day, and for always being so encouraging to me in every aspect of my time here at MSJC. I appreciate you. Thank you. And on to the things that I did this month. I actually did categorize them. I had the opportunity to attend the Rasa graduation and the Lavender grad celebration in the past couple of weeks. And I just think they were such beautifully done events that are really culturally and identity affirming to the students who worked so hard to reach this point in their educational journeys. And I want to thank all of the staff that helped put those together, even with the last minute changes with the Lavender grad celebration. AAO May is Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander Heritage Month. On May 2nd, I was graciously invited by Anjanette to attend the annual Island Grad celebration at San Bernardino Valley College. And although I did not intend to, I had the opportunity to participate in the ceremony as a graduating student. The overall experience was so deeply rooted in honoring the Islander culture, and it really encouraged me to do a deep dive on my own Indonesian heritage. It also made me wish that there was more that we could offer for the MSJC students who identify as Native Hawaiian or Pacific Islander, as well as our Asian American students who I'm sure would benefit from institutional support and recognition as a historically marginalized demographic who experience their own unique sets of challenges in higher education. I would personally recommend that starting next year, we encourage our graduating students to participate in events such as Island Grad so that they can also experience a sense of cultural affirmation as what we provide for other affinity groups here at MSJC. And on to my last portion. I'm almost done, I promise. But I did want to kind of shift the tone a little bit and bring forward some of the things that we've been navigating as students this past month, which includes the potential move of the MVC Makerspace. I know that we have students who are going to speak on it, but I did, please. I just wanted to say that.
Excuse me, if you can, do we have agreement to let Ms. Willoco conclude her remarks? So,
Please do.
okay.
Oh, thank
I
you.
would agree.
It is up to the board to allow it, and it's
Thank you. Speak fast.
justified.
Thank
So
you.
please continue.
Thank you so much. Okay, I'll speak fast. I wanted to let you know that SGA did pass a resolution stating that we strongly oppose the move at any point in the future. I feel that it was easy to say that the decisions were made with a student-focused mindset, yet the outward perception of it very much leans towards the idea that this was done primarily for administrative purposes and priorities. I can't exactly justify how the decision was made without consultation from any of the demographics that are currently using that space. And I want to highlight that the optics of it don't exactly look great, that we want to decentralize student space for the sake of a meeting room, really. And so I'll let the students speak on that later, but I did want to tie this into the roofing project at San Jacinto campus that, as we've heard, ended up, derailing some of the events that we had. But mostly, I kind of wondered whether the timing of this project was so urgent that it couldn't have been postponed until the end of the semester instead of hindering students from accessing the equipment, printers, textbooks, and other materials for that week. How do I see this connecting to the makerspace issue? Well, none of the library employees were actually informed that the project was going to take place. They found out through our weekly newsletter. And it really underscores the fact that we are regularly excluding key stakeholders in conversations of projects that would directly impact the quality of their time here at MSJC in what seems to be unilateral decisions. Unfortunately, when I do bring up issues to the table, when I'm afforded the time to have these meetings directly with those making the decision, I've experienced dismissal, I've experienced condescension, I've experienced derision. And based on what I've seen in the conversations that I've held elsewhere, I think that I'm far from being the only person who has felt this way. I loved being a student here, and it has been so exciting to witness historic changes and growth firsthand. But I do believe that alongside the growth in numbers that we've seen, there is also an urgent need for growth in culture that reflects the inclusivity that we tout to everyone else. Moving forward, I would strongly encourage our leaders and decision makers to re-examine what it means to have a true collaborative approach that invites impacted groups to share their voice at the table. I want to close out by sharing that some of you may know that I've rerouted from my intended healthcare pursuits and have been struggling to figure out my next steps, but I'm excited to share that I'll be spending the next few months preparing to apply to a graduate program at UCR on education policy analysis and leadership. And thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And being in this space has played a major role in that decision. So thank you all for your guidance and mentorship. And I look forward to seeing you at commencement. That's a wrap. Thank you.
Thank you, student trustee. That was great. We're going to move on to 5.3. with our Student Government Association report.
Good afternoon, everybody. I don't know how I'm going to follow up that amazing report from our student trustee, but that's all right because it's all right. Alrighty, so we have been very busy. The clubs and SGA have been very active since our last meeting. Recent events we had our Earth Day at MVC, drew a wonderful turnout, including community members from the Temecula Valley Rose Society, which I was able to connect with, and they invited me over to see their roses, which were beautiful. Spring Thing at SJC featured student performances and an art sale that beautifully showcased student creativity and talent. I even bought a handcrafted mug from a student named Ezekiel, super cool guy. Shout out to Ezekiel. The Peta Heritage Celebration was a highlight of the semester, offering students and community members a meaningful cultural experience, including a live dragon performance, which I had never seen in real life, but seeing it in real life made it even better. SGA also held our annual town hall, which was a great success and a testament to the dedication of our student leaders. Next week, we will hold our final student de-stress event of the semester. And I also want to take this time to thank and just congratulate all of our student government for the amazing year that we've had. Student trustee Waluko, thank you so much for advocating for us the whole year. I believe, who else is in here from student government? We have VP Jones in here, the GOAT. Thank you so much for always helping us. Deja, Suzanne, Amber, can we please give them a round of applause? Thank you all. Is Marissa here? No, not Marissa, but clap it up for Miss Marissa as well. But I also attended with Senator Oliver, the City of Hammond Economic Summit with amazing keynote speakers, such as the Riverside County District 5 Supervisor, Yixton Gutierrez, and the main keynote speaker was the Cal State San Bernardino Economics Department Chair, Dr. McDonald. Learned so much and was able to network with so many people in the community. Finally, the makerspace. On April 27th, SGA was informed during our inter-club council meeting that the makerspace would be relocated and was given 3 weeks to complete this move. Later that same day, an email indicating that the move needed to begin the very next day, April 28th. We also started, because of this, we started a petition that gathered a lot of student support. We have over 300 wet signatures right here. And online on our change.org petition, there's also 312. So over 600 signatures were against this makerspace relocation, as well as the data. If on your everybody's desk is a graph that shows the data of their makerspace from 2022 to 2026. Yes. So in that, we can see that there's just a positive growth with the students using these resources. So moving it would really be a disservice. As well as Trustee Waluko covered the resolution, which I'm glad. Boom. And yeah, but I really am against this move of the makerspace. I personally, my brother, who transferred last year from MSJC to UCLA, was told he's on the spectrum, and growing up, they always told my mom, "Oh, your son's never going to be able to ride a bike. He's never going to be able to drive a car. He's never going to be able to read a book." And he worked as a student worker at the makerspace. And ever since then, he blossomed, his personality blossomed. During our special meeting, he was a public comment and he said it felt like home to him. And him coming every day and telling me these stories from students saying, this is the only place that I'm able to just be free and just have a place to relax and just express my creativity in a safe space. This space is very important to students, and I really hope you all know that. That concludes my report, and I hope you all have an amazing rest of your day. Thank you.
Thank you very much. 5.4, Academic Senate. Dr. Oberg.
Aloha, everyone. I want to start by saying congratulations to Evan and all the other faculty being awarded tenure this evening. Thank you for your advocacy and your commitment to the success and well-being of our students, our community members, and to one another. Senate has held elections, and I'll be introducing you to the new senators in our June meeting. Our terms will expire June 30th, and the new Senate will take office July 1st. We've recently passed 2 resolutions, one focused on institutionalizing the director of the Latinx position that we're told is being eliminated as of June 30th, and another resolution supporting saving the makerspace. I'd read those resolutions as is standard Senate practice, but given the new board policies, my time's limited and not sufficient, so I will be providing them through email. So do be expecting those, and I'm happy to address any questions. And if we have time in our June report, I will also focus on the resolved statements for those resolutions. These resolutions and some of the statements that you've heard today from my colleagues and some of the student concerns that have been brought to your attention, they reflect the overarching concerns, some of which have been brought to the board's attention in previous Senate resolutions and statements, accreditation listening sessions, and at dinner tables with our union and other faculty members. Those concerns center around lack of collegial consultation and breakdown of effective shared governance processes, which contradict our values and commitments to equity, inclusion, and empowerment. While we understand there are sometimes unforeseen circumstances that may necessitate urgent administrative decisions, we know that these are not unprecedented times. Even during COVID, we made time for collegial consultation, as Ryan has referenced during his term as president. Michael and I are always happy to make ourselves available during critical situations, and we're happy to work with admin and the important stakeholders for these decisions, as was demonstrated during the Canvas outage. Senate has been in communication with executive leadership regarding several concerns over the last couple of weeks, and they have been very receptive. And in some cases, we've even agreed to more inclusive approaches moving forward, as with the graduation planning that Brandon has talked about with us, and as with reviewing the interviewing processes with HR and Diana's team. That said, there's still continued concerns. There's rumors of an instructional reorg, and we have temporary categorically funded positions, including some of our deans and professional development positions that are set to expire over summer, and we have not been given any consultation or plan for those positions. And this is particularly confusing because sometimes we're told that we can't make decisions right now because we need to include the incoming president, as with delaying the implementation of the AI committee. And sometimes decisions are made anyway and moved forward for seemingly really important stuff that might benefit from her voice. So the inconsistency is challenging for us to understand. 12.4 instructional dean positions on your agenda today. One of the dean positions was posted for a 3-month position, but tonight it's being approved for a 1-year contract. These are just some of the inconsistencies that have called us to ask for a collegiality in action, which is an intervention from the state. And while that did rise out of concerns for lack of collegial consultation and violations of 9+1 and 10+1, and Senate purview overall, which is established by Title V, Section 53200, the collegiality in action can be used to address existing challenges, but it can also be a really great tool to come in with a new president and have a shared understanding, and we can create new norms and processes. And so we are hoping that will be on an agenda in future meetings, and we hope the board will support that so that we can all just come together and have some collective agreements about our participatory governance practices moving forward. And in that spirit, we will look forward to working with our executive cabinet, our new president, and the board to work toward constructive decisions moving forward that include all stakeholder voices at the table. Thank you.
Thank you. Classified Senate, Mr. Saucedo.
Thank you, President Ashley. I want to start with the health fair that we had last week, put on by the HR department, our benefits team. We had approximately 160 participants, 16 vendors, and they wanted me to mention that the Kaiser Mobile Clinic that was here, we had 30 employees take advantage of that. And the point they wanted to make is when they go to other districts or other areas, hardly anybody steps up to it. They don't use it. So they were very happy to accommodate our staff, and they were happy to see the number of employees that stepped up and got all their checks and things that they had. So there we go, we step forward again because that's what we do. Also with the health fair, what they wanted me to bring up was having transportation provided from the other campuses to the event was very appreciated. The hour of release time provided was also appreciated. Lunch, the giveaways were mostly donations. And again, just wanted me to remind everybody that open enrollment closes tomorrow at 4. So if you haven't, and if you can hear me online, tomorrow 4 o'clock is the deadline. Last week was our last Rising Scholars meeting with the regional chancellor's office. There won't be another meeting until August, and our focus is going to be on trying to secure funding. So we're going to be looking at try to get a grant to get that program off the ground. Speaking of AI, HR had a web training on AI. Student conduct had a training on AI as well. And I was informed by the technology committee that they're currently working on a policy. So we are addressing it. We are looking into it. And hopefully we'll have something soon, maybe after summer. Next week is Classified Employees Week, as Trustee Silva mentioned. And I just want to remind everybody, it's a week-long event. And we have giveaways. There will be tables for drawing. So please, again, if you can hear me, make sure you stop by, make sure you say hello and you participate in that. And I want to say thank you to the rest of the Classified Senate staff and the union staff that worked together to put this thing together. Next thing I have, back to CERT training. So as I mentioned before, we had our CERT training. We have 8 members of our district that participated in the training. And at Trustee Carpenter's recommendation, I did get a hold of the Menifee representative, Mr. Faust, and he's very excited about it. And the thing he mentioned was that their issue has been facilities, having somewhere to put it on. I was like, well, we have facilities, so we'd be more than happy. I then turned it over to Director Pena from Risk Management, so they're going to be collaborating on getting that training off the ground. So we'll be looking for that. And last but not least, again, the employee recognition event, I think went really well. It was nice to see trustees there, executive cabinet there, and the rest of the employees that came out. And that concludes my report.
Thank you very much. We're going to now move on to 5.6 and 5.7, Executive Cabinet, and then Superintendent President.
I'll just give a quick update. So good news, as of Monday, we were able to open up the Veterans Resource Center on the Menifee campus. So that has been open this week and it'll be open next week. We'll take a break during the intersession since there's no classes being offered, and we'll reset for the summer term and try to get some additional resources in there, like another additional certifying official, which you all see on the board agenda. So I'm trying to get those resources dealt over there. Canvas is back up and running. Yeah, seriously, you can clap for that one. Talk about poor timing for us. And
notice how the students didn't scream and yell, yes.
That's right. They're like, I got A's now, right? I'm like, sadly, they brought it all back, I think. So whatever your grade was is what it was. But it is back up and running. There's still some other security measures that the Chancellor's Office is recommending we take on the back end. So there is work going on there. I would recommend everybody download copies of everything because we don't control the stability of that program. So continue to stay on it. But we were in good company with over 8,000 other institutions across the US. So it was a bad time for everything. And then for graduation, obviously we have that coming up next week. All 4 ceremonies are packed out with roughly 350 graduates per ceremony. Thanks to the foundation who reached out and stepped up. The previous organization that was funding the regalia wasn't funding it this year. So the foundation stepped up and was able to fund it. We were actually able to pull everybody off the wait lists and get them into the graduations also. So every student that's come forward, the foundation stepped up again to add additional regalia purchases. So thanks to Justin Nash also on the purchasing team that rushed that through. But they're all coming in, so those ceremonies should run flawlessly, even if you're not there, Trustee Carpenter. But for the Thursday ones, you will be. That's right. So we'll do the dress rehearsals on Wednesday. Thursday, it'll be perfect. That's my report.
Before we move on, I just want to say with Canvas, faculty, if you have ever used other teachers' content, which is super common, like from the Canvas Commons, or you've shared with people, or you had a free account a long time ago, and some of your test questions might have an image from a free account, those images are gone. Free accounts were deleted by Canvas. So check your Canvas content for missing content. I'm having to deal with this at Paris Union. So, you get a little bit of my daytime expertise today. Thank you very much. And thanks for putting up with me, Brandon.
All right. I do. have
Brandon,
a
was that
report.
clap for you?
Is that a clap for you?
You got applause?
No, I think it was for your comments.
Yeah. All right. Good evening, trustees, colleagues, students, and MSJ community. As already mentioned, next week is CSCA week. And I'd like to take this time to acknowledge and thank our classified professionals who provide invaluable service to the district community and contribute to the establishment and promotion of a positive and supportive work and academic environment for students and employees to thrive. Thank you for all that you do. May is also the month for National Teacher Appreciation Week. And since we employ faculty, I want to acknowledge the dedication and positive impact MSJC educators have in ensuring students reach their academic goals. On May 5th, as already mentioned by Ed, we had our health fair at the MVC campus. The fair welcomed approximately 160 attendees, including staff, union leadership, faculty, and administrators, reflecting strong engagement across the organization. The shuttle service was very popular. Also, the release time that our employees got, our classified employees got to attend the fair. The Kaiser mobile van was a hit with screenings to over 30 participants. We had numerous valued partners, including Anthem, Delta Dental, MetLife, VSP. Our credit unions also were there. Marietta Hot Springs. We had massage tables. That was one of the feedbacks. We want more massage tables or chairs next time around. The event success was driven, and I want to personally thank my benefits team and support of the entire human resources team who was there to support and also the public information office and campus administrators. We gave out a total of 29 wellness prizes, and the feedback has been overwhelmingly positive, with employees sharing that the event made them feel valued and supported, reinforcing a culture where employee well-being remains a priority. Finally, on today's agenda for the board's approval, you have the tentative agreement between the district and the part-time faculty union on compensation. I want to not only thank both negotiating teams for having, I want to thank both negotiating teams for having the collegial conversation to make this tentative agreement happen. Thank you.
And I'll try and be quick as well. But the one thing I want to acknowledge is we've got Jordan Wright, our new Director of Government Relations, who is responsible for today's visit with Mr. Friday and assembling everybody together. So thank you for that. I just want to make sure the face behind all the organization of that. We also hosted late last month, Tom Downs, our lobbyist from Washington, D.C. He came out and was very impressed, met with the Higher Ed Coalition, and could really get some insight as to the type of dollars we're going for from Washington, D.C. I'm surprised, well, I'm actually not surprised Mike was not able to touch on the fact that the governor's May revise came out today, because I know he and I have been in constant meetings, so there was no time to fully digest. I'm anticipating probably in June we'll get a little preview on that, but it does look much better than what we were fearing back in January, where we were hearing all these projections of tremendous shortfalls, and there's actually some dollars associated with it for the coming year if the revenues continue. So again, that's a positive. Dr. Brown had to step away for a family emergency, but he asked me to share one item. And that is, we were able to expand our nursing program about a year ago up to 72. May not sound like a lot, but we were able to increase another 12. So that means we will be able to generate 84 nursing graduates going forward each year. Still well short of the demand that is needed out there, but I can tell you that's another area that we're continuing to advocate for, because our area is a medically underserved area. And I will tell you, sitting on one hospital board, the reputation of our nursing program is absolutely stellar because of the quality faculty that generate quality nurses that are coming out. I was going to pay Diana a compliment, but she left the room. So,
do it now. She can read the transcript.
Dr. Brown, I wish he was here, and several of us share a lot of the hiring committees, but we're hiring well in excess of 20 new faculty positions, and her crew, Heather and Brittany and Diana, have just done amazing work supporting them. And I will tell you, the one thing that we are so impressed with, well, first of all, congratulations to the faculty that are getting tenure. I can remember some of your interviews 4 years ago, and even with my memory, but I will tell you, there are people, I'm looking at Evan because, you know, there's the joke that Roger went to USC. We hired Evan from UCLA. So don't tell me that we do not appreciate that crosstown rivalry. But I will tell you the caliber of faculty that are interested in teaching at MSJC is absolutely amazing. And I think going forward, you're going to see continued impressive credentials to add to our already stellar faculty. But I wanted to thank Diana. So now you can tell her that, and then I'll deny it later. And I think that will wrap it up for me. I told you I'd be brief.
Thank you. Thank you. 2 to go.
21 work days.
Oh, he's not counting. We'll now move on to the consent agenda, the consent calendar. That's item 6. Are there any items that any trustee would like to pull for individual consideration?
I would like to pull item 9.6 and 9.18.
I was also going to pull 9.18, so I'm glad you suggested that. Anything else? Hearing none. With the 9.6, you said?
Yes.
And 9.18 will be considered separately. So with the exclusion of those 2 items, do we have a motion to approve the consent calendar?
Chair Ashley, I move to approve the consent calendar.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion on this? Okay, student trustee, please vote.
Aye.
Trustees, please vote.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, let's move on to 9.6. Let me read that. 9.6, Foundation for Community Colleges, FCCC, Mechanical HVAC Preventative Maintenance and Repair Services, ACCO Engineered Systems, Inc. It's recommended that MSJC approve the utilization of the Foundation for Community Colleges Master Agreement, number 000-12353. For district-wide mechanical HVAC preventative maintenance and repair services pursuant to the California Public Contract Code, in an amount not to exceed $2,293,731 for fiscal year 25-26. Do we have a motion to approve?
Chair Ashley, I move to approve.
Do we have a second?
Chair, I'll second.
Okay, is there a discussion on this item?
Yeah, so the reason I pulled this particular item is because this particular item fulfills a campaign promise that I made back in 2020. From the time I had an opportunity to, ever since I got on the board, the members of this particular great body have known my priorities in adding a HVAC system to our gymnasium, noting that there's no other academic location on any one of our campuses that would be allowed to have classes and have students in them without proper air conditioning or heating. Well, now this is being answered. After years and years of being pummeling our staff, their hard work has made this happen, and I applaud them. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We're going to get heating and AC in our San Jacinto gym, and I enthusiastically support this.
I would just like to say, Coach Luis Robles, if you're out there, no more complaining to me in August after the
There you go.
wrestling tournament and everyone sweat so much that they thought they were going to faint. Wrestling is exhausting enough without a hot gym. Coach Robles, are you happy? With that, if there's no other comments, I think we're ready for a vote.
I have a comment.
Yes.
Just on the tone of timing for these projects, as we've been hearing, is there a general timeline, and is there a consideration for any classes that might take place that might have to be relocated, or what's that looking like?
You've got it. So this project is being delivered using a design build methodology. So the first phase is going to be the design process, and the second phase will actually be the construction of the HVAC system and connection to the building. We have pursued a design that actually is going to construct the HVAC system so that it's not on the building itself, but rather on the side of the building, much like you see in larger buildings where the HVAC units are located at ground level, with the intention of not disrupting the building operations to the extent possible. The second thing is the building already has ventilation installed, which can be interfaced with this HVAC system. So even though we haven't had air conditioning, we have at least the ventilation system installed that to allow that to occur. So the building will be offline at days at a time for at most a few weeks. That'll be worked out in coordination with the athletics department and the users of that building so that we can minimize disruptions. But the good news is that it's, for the most part, not an invasive project that's going to take the building offline for a long time. It'll be spurts here and there that we can work out and schedule with the stakeholders that are involved. And I'll make sure that happens.
Thank you.
Is this the same building where the dance room is at?
Correct. Yeah. And in fact, the two package air conditioning units that are in the same contract are to replace those at the same time. They're over 20 years old. They're well at the end of life. We weren't allowed to replace those with the prior tranche where we did a little over 100 HVAC units because the funding source that was funding that was not allowed to be used for athletic facilities. So we're coming back around and picking that up at the same time we're doing this project. That also has very small impact on the spaces that they serve.
I just want to say that I visited the San Jacinto campus about 3 weeks ago. I was there for about 2 hours with my family, and I spoke to some of the dance performers for the theater, the concert that they had, and they also mentioned their concerns about the HVAC, but the fact that it's getting done, that's awesome. Perfect timing.
And since we have a large crowd tonight, we passed a bond many years ago, like a decade ago, and it took forever to get all the work done. But we completely rebuilt that. It's really a classic old gym that is quite cool. When you're in it, you feel the age of it. It's about 70 years old, I think, well, 60 years old. And we did everything, floors, all kinds of great. We reconfigured everything. It's quite beautiful. We didn't have the funding at that moment, or we didn't find it, and maybe we should have. Maybe Mr. Beckham would have found the funding if he was the man 10 years ago, but we didn't replace the air conditioning. And that's what we're finally getting around to doing. So just to spell it out, I think you guys got it, but that kind of finishes the job there in a way. With that, I would, student trustee, please vote.
Aye.
Trustees, please vote.
Aye.
Right. That's a good one to pull. Trustee Silva. And we'll now move on to item 9.18, declaring surplus property, authorizing offer of district property for sale to public entities, and authorizing public sale of property, San Gorgonio Pass campus property. It's recommended that the Board of Trustees approve the attached resolution and sets a minimum purchase price for the property. Do we have a motion to approve?
I'll make that motion.
Chair, I'll second.
We have a motion, Trustee Carpenter, and a second, Trustee Corona. Is there any discussion on this item?
Yeah, so Chair, actually, thank you so much for allowing me to pull this item. So I just wanted to be very clear. There's been no greater advocate for the San Gorgonio campus than I am truly disappointed in recent actions by the local council to rezone the bulk of our unused property for something completely different than intended. Regretfully, the actions of the local council has made this action tonight impossible to avoid. Creating a high-density housing zone right next to our campus completely isolates our campus and leaves us no other options. I hope the proposed Sam's Club moving nearby into that city is the worthwhile investment that they planned on being, and that concludes my comments.
Thank you, Trustee Silva. Although we have thought deeply on this issue, putting this issue on the consent agenda when it's considered like a routine thing is appropriate because we have all done our thinking. We've been briefed on this. these negotiations for months. But it should be passed in open session because it's a big deal. So I think our Mr. Beckham even predicted that we would move it to our open agenda, and he's right. It's a big decision. We are going to sell the property that the San Gorgonio campus is located on, but it's not being used for a campus at this time. But it does have some uses we've been working with Beaumont Unified with. So it's regrettable, but it will allow us to redirect funding to a much needed, like, do we put $1 million into that or into the San Jacinto campus, which is the closest campus that does need additional funding? And now we can focus because of what's happened there. I tend to agree with Trustee Silva. We were kind of pushed into this situation, but we'll be able to focus on 3 primary campuses, and that does clarify the mind and have full services at each campus. So with that, I would, is there anyone else that'd like to make a comment before we vote? Student trustee, please vote.
Aye.
Trustees, please vote.
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. We're moving now on to the open agenda. Item 12.1, classified employee appointments, 2 of them. It is recommended that the Board of Trustees approve the classified employees appointment. Do we have a motion to approve?
I'll make a motion.
We have a motion.
I'll second.
Is there a discussion? Student trustee, please vote.
Aye.
Trustees vote.
Aye.
Aye. Okay. We're moving to item. Okay. Dr. Dotson, if you're out there listening and you're wondering, hey, did they just skip
Yes.
item 11.1? Gotcha. That was a good one, Dr. Dotson. We gotcha. We're going to move backwards now to item 11.1.
Psych.
Psych. Oh my goodness. 11.1, approval of the employment agreement for the superintendent president for the contract of superintendent president is presented for approval by the Board of Trustees. It is recommended action. The recommended action is to approve the superintendent president employment agreement. Now, I don't believe I should read this document during discussion. I think I should read it now, and then we will open it up for a motion, a second, and discussion. It is legally required that we share any financial part of the contract with the public openly, so I'm going to do that. So here are the contract details for Dr. Tani Dotson. The term will be July 1st, 2026 to June 30th, 2029. That is 3 years. Annual salary will be $420,000 per year. There was a monthly car allowance of $1,000, a monthly expense allowance of $750. Health and welfare benefits will be the same benefits provided to other district administrative employees with district payment of full premium cost and post-retirement health insurance under the same terms and conditions outlined in Article, it looks like 17.A of the MSJC College Faculty Association Agreement. Term life insurance provided by the district with a benefit value equal to twice the employee's annual salary. Vacation days, 22 days annually. Retirement system, enrollment in STRS or PERS as required by law. Moving allowance, one-time stipend of $12,000. And professional associations, membership dues paid with prior board approval. So those are, Dr. Schultz has to belong to multiple organizations around the country, around the state, and around the community that charge fees it's an exorbitant amount if you add them all up. So we will continue offering our new superintendent membership dues pay. Those are all the financial stipulations of the contract. Okay. I will now ask for a motion to approve.
I will make that motion.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Now, is there any discussion?
I did want to ask a question. Might be kind of a sensitive question, but just to make it clear, the base salary for this is higher than the current base salary that we offer, or is it the same?
We're actually offering her, and I know this, we're offering her $500 less than what
Oh,
President Schultz, this following year than President Schultz would have made.
thank you.
So it's almost, I believe it is almost identical to what
Oh.
Dr. Schultz would have made.
I see our VP of
For the-
HR shaking her head. Oh. Could I possibly direct my question to
Sure.
our Vice President of HR?
Oh, I'm so sorry. There was recent negotiations for last year, and I think as provided, it's not $500 difference in terms of what the base salary is.
Or
That
20, for the 26, 27.
the current base salary is.
Correct. This would have been the base salary for next year, which Dr. Dotson will be serving, not this year.
Right.
So if Roger would have,
But I think
stayed
you meant
on.
the current base salary. That's what I think you asked, right? Yeah. So the current base salary, no, it's not a $500 difference.
the way we said it was for what Roger would have made next year, because that's when Dr. Dotson will be working for us next year, next fiscal year. And also that salary is it's worth it, and it is in line with other similar superintendent presidents in that of nearby colleges that match MSJC.
I fully believe it. Thank you. Thank you for the clarification.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for the question. Are there any other questions or comments?
I just want to say that she's well worth it. She's checked off everything
Okay,
for all groups. When you talk about culturally sensitivity, she's perfect. You'll feel good. You'll feel great. You'll feel safe. She's perfect for here.
okay. Student trustee, please vote.
Aye.
Trustees, please vote.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay.
Congratulations, Dr. Tani Dotson. We'll now move on to 11.2, approval for off-schedule travel. Per board policy 2735, travel requests outside of the board approved conference and training schedule require board approval as an unscheduled travel request with support from the MSJC Foundation. Trustees Brian Silva, Calvin Smith, and Hollister Corona are requesting a one-night hotel stay at Pechanga Casino and Resort, which is where our graduation is, and it's 2 straight days, in support of their attendance at all 4 commencement ceremonies taking place May 20th and 21st. Budget implication, hotel fees will be covered by the foundation. It is recommended that the Board of Trustees review and act on this request. Do we have a motion to approve?
Chair, I'll move to approve.
Have a motion.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion on this item? Yes.
I just have a question. If the foundation is handling the additional costs, why is it that we need to approve it at the MSJC board level? Because that's an independent entity.
We were informed that this is still considered an organized activity of the district, and for the risk issues associated with it, we still need to formally approve it as if it would be like a conference to fall under that umbrella.
And so to clarify, because the foundation is paying for it, there are no taxpayer dollars that are being utilized for it, correct?
That is correct.
Thank you. That is a point that we want to make sure that is very clear.
Okay. With that, is there any other discussion? Hearing none, student trustee, please vote.
Aye.
Trustees, please vote.
Aye.
All right. Item 12, we've done 12.1. 12.2, public hearing of the initial sunshine proposal from Mount San Jacinto Community College District to the California School Employees Association. Public hearings of the initial sunshine proposal from Mount San Jacinto Community College District to the California School Employees Association. It is recommended that the Board of Trustees conduct a public hearing on the initial proposals from the MSJC District to the California School Employees Association. This is a hearing where I gavel? Okay, so at this time, the hearing is open to hear any information. Hearing none, we move on. There's no vote, right? We just have the opening. I'm sorry, it's. So we will close the public hearing and we're going to move on to 12.3. Those things always get me, you guys. Bear with me. 12.3, watch it. I'll do much better on this one. 12.3, public hearing of the initial sunshine proposal from the California School Employees Association to MSJC District. Public hearing of the initial sunshine proposal from CSEA to the MSJC College District. All right, so we will now open that hearing. Is there any comment? Hearing none, I will now close that hearing and move on. The public hearings have been done and we have sunshined both the CSEA and MSJC for this purpose. 12.4, administrative appointments. 11 new or revised administrative appointments. It is recommended that the Board of Trustees approve the administrative appointment. Do we have a motion?
Chair Ashley, I move to approve.
I will second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? I have discussion. It says 11. Can you please clarify that it's not 11 brand new administrative positions, but it's also revised? Can you clarify that?
Yes.
It looks a little excessive if it was 11 new administrators.
So the ones that are listed with asterisks next to the effective date were previously approved by the board on a separate agenda item. The reason they're being brought forward again is because in the previous board agenda item, it only had an effective date and all of our administrators run on contracts. So it has to have an end date. So now all of those administrators have an end date along with their appointment as a revision.
Thank you very much. Is there any other discussion?
I'm glad you brought that up. That's a very good clarifying question.
I thought we already approved Jordan.
No, right.
That one has I believe has an asterisk next to the effective date. So it's a revision to that was already previously approved. Correct.
Thank you. I thought I had a second chance. No.
Okay. Student trustee, please vote.
Aye. Trustees,
please vote.
Aye.
Aye. 12.5, approval of the tentative agreement between MSJCCD and UPTE-CWA. Approval of the tentative agreement between MSJCCD and UPTE-CWA. It is recommended that the Board of Trustees approve the listed tentative agreement and between MSJC and the University Professional and Technical Employees Communication Workers of America. The district supports the tentative agreement as presented and requests approval of the recommendations, which will be effective upon completion of the UPTE-CWA ratification. Do we have a motion to approve?
Motion.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? I have discussion. Adjunct faculty, this is the largest raise we've ever voted in a single meeting in a single year. You deserve it. Thanks for sticking with us. We had your back and we will continue to. This is a very large pay raise and you deserve it. Student trustee, please vote.
Aye.
Trustees, please vote.
Aye.
Aye. That's a good one. We'll clap for that. 12.6, new position classified, one new classified position. It is recommended that the Board of Trustees approve the new classified position. Do we have a motion to approve?
Chair Ashley, I'll make that motion.
Chair, I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, student trustee, please vote.
Aye.
Trustees, please vote.
Aye.
Aye.
All right. We are now, and thanks for staying around. I know that many of you have filled out forms to comment on 13.1 public comment. This is for public comments limited to non-agenda items and shall be no more than 3 minutes per speaker and 20 minutes total per subject unless further time is granted by the board. And we will enforce the 3-minute rule. So please have your thoughts organized and we will hear from Veronica Perez on 13.1 first.
Testing. Okay. Whew. It's been a long meeting.
Yeah.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Veronica Perez, Administrative Associate for the Office of Instruction at Menifee. However, I am here today formally as our Classified Union Chapter 767 President. Thank you, Trustees and VP Galindo, for recognizing next week as Classified School Employees Week. The work that we do to navigate institutional complexities such as sudden relocations and loss of resources mentioned earlier today is just an example of all we do to ensure that our students thrive at MSJC. A heartfelt thanks to the classified unit for going above and beyond to coordinate events, requesting quotes, submitting PRs, consolidating contracts, event setups, cleanup after, and other internal processes to accomplish many wonderful events to celebrate and recognize our students' accomplishments. I have to say that I find myself excited to publicly recognize last year's board adoption of the 1986 Senate Bill 1552 that establishes the third week of May as the Classified School Employees Week. Moreover, the historical significance is what really excites me. The importance of recognizing the classified body for years to come is something that I take great pride. And I hope that you will all join us in thanking our classified members next week. That being said, again, join us in thanking a classified professional for their impacts on your roles at MSJC, student, faculty, administrator. All is fair. While our celebration will be somewhat subtle, please approach a classified professional and share with them how their efforts have impacted your journey at MSJC. A simple acknowledgement goes a long way in building community and stimulating team cohesiveness. Lastly, a special thanks to our Classified Senate for joining forces with the Classified Union in a common goal of celebrating our classified professionals across the institution. Thank you all again.
Thank you, Ms. Perez. Next up, Charles Graham.
Hello, good evening. I'm Charles Graham. I'm a United States Marine Corps veteran. I'm here on behalf of the veterans of this the veteran students affected by the closure of the Veterans Resource Center. For many of us, the VRC is not just another office on campus. It is a safe space, a place where veterans can decompress, connect with others who understand military culture, receive support while transitioning into civilian and academic life. Veteran students face unique challenges that many traditional students do not. Some are dealing with disabilities, PTSD, financial hardships, housing insecurity, or the stresses of balancing school, work, and family responsibilities. Since the closure, which started February 23rd, many veterans have experienced confusion, lack of communication, and problems with their VA educational benefits. General counselors may not fully understand GI Bill requirements, VRE programs, or VA certification processes, and that can lead to delayed or denied benefits. For veterans, losing benefits can mean losing housing, falling behind academically, or being forced to leave school altogether. A lot of these I've seen happen because I'm a VRC student worker. I've seen delays in benefits, forcing veterans to take out personal loans to cover their monthly bills. There's also a high homelessness in students, veteran students attending schools. There's about 17% that are couch surfing currently, and 51% of veterans are at risk of being homeless when their benefits do not go through. Since everything started here at the school, the Veterans Resource Center closing down, there hasn't been very much communication with us. I've been told pretty much there's no resolution right now to get SJ open. Mr. Moore here mentioned that Menifee had just been opened up, which is great, but it is also reduced hours, meaning I think the minimum requirement by the state of California for the chancellor's office, I think it is 25 hours. A lot of times veterans have families and homes that they're responsible for, so they're working through the day as well. So having limited hours is not allowing the veterans to come in and handle their business to go ahead and provide for their families. Along with that, our benefits are like a full-time job. So that's why we get a monthly housing stipend, because it covers us while we're providing and going to school to better ourselves. So, I've seen a lot of problems with communication with the school in all departments, it seems like, and it's discouraging sometimes. And I only have a couple more months left, or not months, but 2 more terms left here. And my benefits luckily haven't been affected because I'm a student worker, but I have seen it happen to other students, and that's why I'm here advocating for them on their behalf. Thank you very much for your time. God bless.
Thank you.
Can I add to his comment? Sir, I just want to thank you for your service, and I just want to say that our next superintendent, our new superintendent, she's a retired colonel. I think you'll get a lot of peace of mind and support in that regards. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Marina Moraga. You are up.
Good evening. My name is Marina Moraga. I'm a student here at MSJC pursuing transfer to UC Irvine in biomedical engineering. The MVC Makerspace is one room, but it feels like a whole world. People laser cutting, sculpting, 3D printing, painting, tinkering, part art studio, part fabrication lab, part anything you need it to be. I didn't find it on my own. Our engineering professor walked our physics class through it, not as an extracurricular, as part of understanding what maker culture actually looks like. That's curriculum integration. That's faculty deciding the space was worth their students' time. I'm building toward a career at the intersection of medicine and engineering, and I came here as a Navy hospital corpsman. I promise you, 3D printing isn't a detour. Students who build these skills here don't leave empty-handed wherever they're headed. MSJC doesn't have to be the destination, but it can surely be the on-ramp. This fall, I'll be working at the LRC, and I was genuinely excited to point students next door when words weren't enough, sorry. Relocation and downsizing don't affect an abstract future. They affect the concrete plans of students who built their schedules around this place. At a commuter college, students don't linger by default. The makerspace is one of the few places that makes them want to. This isn't a routine facilities decision. It's a statement about what kind of place MSJC wants to be. What's being proposed makes it smaller in every sense. The makerspace grew from a cross-disciplinary idea, biology, allied health, career education, people who believed in hands-on learning before there was even a room for it. When local hospitals ran short on PPE, Dr. Howell mobilized this space to produce face shields for healthcare workers who needed them. That's not a student amenity, that's community infrastructure. I want to close with this. The first thing I created in the makerspace was a sticker to save it. I hope the board will consider what this means, how students are using the space to fight for the space. Give us a reason to make something next. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Myra Pershing. Or is that Maya? Yeah.
Hello, my name is Maya Pershing. I'm a second-year student at MSJC, and throughout my entire college career, I felt like I've met a lot of new people at the makerspace. I've had a lot of fun, but more importantly, it's made me pursue new careers. Ooh. New careers. Yeah. Did you get it? Did you get all that? All right, cool. Yeah. Because of this card game that I'm interested in, we took some inspiration from the show that they came from to be able to come up with these custom disc designs to be able to play the game anywhere we go, whenever we want to. As you can see, it utilizes a lot of different engineering techniques that I didn't even know existed until Dr. Hal introduced me to the Corel Draw program. And this program is used by a lot of different engineers for mapping out things. In my case, I used the laser cutter at the makerspace to cut into cardboard for it. Not only do I have a lot of fun with this, but also I'm thinking about actually taking an engineering class because of this, because of how fun the design process was, the philosophy behind it, and everything I learned throughout these projects. So I think there's a lot of educational benefit to the makerspace. And with a new relocation, there wouldn't be a specific port for the laser cutter in particular that we are trying to hopefully find a common ground on, as well as running water in the makerspace room for stuff like painting and all sorts of things. I really do think the makerspace, that particular room, is very important and very, centralized for the students to be able to find. Good evening, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Good teamwork.
Next up, I believe it's Tiana Bobbins. If I mispronounce that, please correct me when you get up on the mic.
Testing?
Okay.
You got the pronunciation just perfect. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tiana Robbins, and I am a student as well as a student worker in both the San Jacinto and Menifee Makerspace. I have watched so many students come in and help so many talented individuals turn ideas into completed projects, and have seen so many different people from so many different walks of life come together and bond over this single space. A makerspace is more than just a room with equipment. It is a place where students gain hands-on experience in creativity, engineering, design, and problem solving. Students use this space to turn ideas into real projects while developing skills that prepare them for future careers. The makerspace also supports many departments across campus. Faculty and staff collaborate with the makerspace for classroom projects, presentations, demonstrations, and student activities. Because of this, the space benefits not only students, but the campus community as a whole. One major concern is that the new location would not have enough space to properly fit all the equipment, including 3D printers that students rely on every day. Fewer machines would mean fewer opportunities for students to participate and complete projects efficiently. Another major issue is ventilation. The new location lacks adequate ventilation for the laser cutter. Without ventilation, the laser cutter cannot safely operate and would need to be left behind. This would remove one of the most valuable tools the makerspace currently offers. Additionally, the proposed room includes a shower and an eye wash station that take up even more of the already limited space. In a room that is already too small, this further reduces the amount of usable workspace available for equipment, student projects, and safe movement throughout the space. In addition, safety is a serious concern because the small space would not have enough electrical capacity extension cords would likely be needed to power equipment. This creates trip hazards and could overload circuits, making the environment unsafe for students and staff. The makerspace was designed to be a safe, functional environment that encourages innovation and learning. Moving it into a smaller space that cannot properly support the equipment would reduce educational opportunities and create unnecessary safety risk. I ask you to carefully consider the impact this relocation would have on students, staff, and faculty before making a final decision. As many students are worried that when they return for fall semester, they will find that the space that they have grown to love will have been already moved. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And Amani Walker.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Moni Walker. I am the Makerspace Club's president, and we are a club that promotes the Makerspace as a resource to students, of course, to faculty and staff as well. Coming here, this is my first year here, by the way, it's my second semester. I was on crutches. I had a recent surgery done the second day of school, and I was like, okay, let me get out the house, let me go on campus, and I was welcomed with open arms to the Makerspace and the community within it. Within the makerspace, it's used as academic assignments for, like people said, the engineering class. They have to come in and design a Benji, and they get graded on it. So that's really, really important. We do, I would say, somewhat outreach collaboration. We have middle schoolers and high schoolers that come and tour MSJC, and they come to the makerspace. We pre-make them buttons so they can take a little token to remember the makerspace as a fun place, and MSJC campus as something super welcoming in there for students. Some students can afford resources like canvases, paints, and things they need for projects within their classes, and the Makerspace is there to support them as a resource within the resource building. We've thrown numerous events like the Maker Fair, grad cap decorations, we hosted a game tournament, and that promoted the student participation within the Makerspace, as Junior previously spoke about. The pictures that are on your desk per the request is a couple projects that have been made in the Makerspace since everything has been moving. The first one you see is a little piece of wood that's labeled VIP badges. We collaborated with the Student Government Association, making them badges for the fashion show they threw, which was amazing. And I personally did that in a one-day time span, getting the image from Junior, putting it, uploading it on Corel, converting it, cutting it, and using our laser machine, which is not only used for this, but we made the plaques for the Imani celebration. Shout out Umoja. Sorry. Another thing you see is a really tall silver object with it, which is a scythe for a cosplay. Using the materials within in the makerspace, I was able to create a scythe within Monday through Thursday time span. Thankfully, the makerspace is now open on Thursdays, so I was able to complete it using spray paint, using PCV pipe, cardboard, foam board, and it was really fun in the hot glue gun. It was so much fun to do. Now, another print is a 3D print that someone modeled and made and painted, but there's some things that those students have to say that created those projects. So sorry, give me 1 second. It went away. Oh, I'm so sorry. This is all anonymous, by the way. The makerspace just found its footing within the social climate of MSJC, with the addition of art club holding craft days within the makerspace, along with many students using the space to help with art projects, both academic and personal. It would be a shame to have the space be demoted to a space not accessible and less holding capacity. Oh man, am I able?
Wrap it up.
Okay, sorry. That's just one little thing, but being moved to a smaller space does not benefit students whatsoever, especially not getting proper accommodation. And we were somewhat blindsided, not getting proper notice or being involved in decision making. And
Thank
it'd be
you.
nice to
Thank
be
you
able
for
to
your
get
remarks.
that.
We
Thank you so
appreciate it.
much. I appreciate it. Have a
Yep,
nice
yep.
day, guys.
Thank you. We have one more request to speak. Dr. Anjanette Oberg.
Aloha, I'm back. Before I speak, Trustee Silva, you mentioned that no other program or learning environment works without AC on the campus. Actually, Bob Pinciero came and expressed that automotive does in fact work in their lab without AC, and that's still the case today. I also, following up, I do want to honor Asian Pacific Islander Desi American Heritage Month, which is the month of May. I know, Trustee Silva, you like to honor those things. May is also Mental Health Awareness Month, and healthy and inclusive working environments support our mental health and success and that of our students. I want to close with some shout outs. So shout outs to the students here lifting your voices. This is some scary stuff. And you being here says a lot about your passion, your growth, and the future of our country, because you are the leaders of tomorrow. So thank you for starting that journey with us here today. I want to thank Emily Collins for her persistent advocacy for our Associate Faculty Union and all of our union representatives. Veronica, Karen, you're here today. You all work tirelessly to support us and to advocate for healthy working environments. So thank you. To all the classified colleagues, you are the foundation of what we do here at MSJC. So we have just so much to be thankful for all that you do. I want to applaud the resilience of our PE and athletics colleagues. You noted some of their successes, and they've done that despite the displacement that they've been experiencing due to the stadium closure. And so we do want to give extra accolades. I want to applaud the advocacy and flexibility of our librarians, our LRC, and our English colleagues, and Michael Beckham for your responsiveness to the concerns that were raised. I want to thank our instructional deans for their continuous support and the advocacy we've received from Alicia, Bree, and Nick in all these situations and spaces. Brandon for staying after the last Board of Trustees meeting and answering all my questions about the enrollment report, which I really think you all had. There could have been lots of questions asked about that, but we can talk about that later if you want. Diana for being willing to have the work groups and really honoring collegial consultation with Senate for a lot of things. And we did pass that form, so we can talk about that. And then Jeremy, Bree, and the Delta team and the IT team for addressing all the security concerns with Canvas this last week. They really pulled together. And then student leadership. If I can invite you up, Claudia.
Thank you very much. And that yes. We finished with item 13. Item 14 is several information agenda reports, but we need a 5-minute stretch your legs break. So please try to be back by 7:18 to start up again, okay? I don't want to extend the meeting longer than it has to, but
Our board chair is quickly moving over to his spot. And as somebody who used to be a chair, please find one. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, everyone. We're about to resume, so if you can find your seats. Thank you. We are now moving on to item 14, information agenda. 14.1, recognition of writing tutors presentation. Catalina Rios and Ryan Sullivan, we've heard from them today, along with student tutors Drew Henderson and Miguel Rosales, will share information about the San Jacinto campus writing tutors presentation at the SoCal Writing Center Associate Conference. This will provide an opportunity to recognize the valuable work of all of our peer educators, contribution to student success. Go ahead.
Okay, this one's more fun. So we want to, yeah. So we're here today because we want to share some of the amazing work that our student tutors do, and really talk about the work that all of our peer educators are doing on all of our campuses. So this year, I had the pleasure of serving as the San Jacinto Writing Center coordinator, and a team of my amazing tutors. You'll hear from two of them in a second here, but also Kevin Zavalos, who's not here, Julie, Camilla, Cameron, and Kimberly all did an amazing job working on this presentation. So I just want to say this is completely student-led. I let them know about this conference and they came up with an idea. They created the presentation. They wrote it. They developed it. It was completely student-led. We had one meeting to really coach them and help them understand what the conference format looks like. But this was all them. So we're really, really proud of their work because this is a conference that is not a community college conference, but a conference for all colleges and includes graduate students and professional academic writing center staff. And so to see them present in this context with all of these other people and hold their own and really be just as good as those seniors at a four-year UC school or those graduate students and talk about these things was really inspiring. So I'm going to hand it over to first Drew and then Miguel, who are going to share a little bit about their experiences, and then Kathleen is going to wrap us up.
Thank you, Dr. Ryan. So what I'm going to be talking about is the theme of our entire presentation, as well as the theme of each of our presentations in general. So we had one presentation like for 15 minutes, and me and Julie's presentation, well, so in total, it was on the irreplaceable why, which was really talking about why a writing center is so crucial in this era where we have so much AI reliance in the writing center, which is not good in an educational environment. So Julie and my presentation was on the dangers of AI dependency. We highlighted that though it is an impactful tool in academic settings, for writing, there has been found a higher likelihood to accept whatever information it spits out, which could be dangerous in the students' progression as they live out their academic experience. Camilla and Cameron's presentation was on the tutoring process. They explained what tutoring provides and how it promotes student independence. They highlighted how human guidance is not only more valuable than an AI's response, but also more beneficial for the tutee as they live out their academic experience. Kimberly and Miguel's presentation expounded on three things when talking about the strategies that would have people interested in the writing center to see the value in tutoring over AI. A major focus for them in particular was the how and why to the claim that AI cannot replace or replicate tutors. So replace tutors. So like we really wanted to promote the LRC and its benefit for individual students and their overall academic growth.
Then hello, everyone. My name is Miguel. I'm going to talk about our experience at Antelope Valley College regarding the SoCal Writing Center Conference. This conference allowed us to network with other students and universities, as well as other writing center coordinators and even the president of the college. We were able to practice our public speaking skills and got experience of giving a presentation in front of a professional audience. Along with this public speaking, we built our confidence as we were able to give a speech in front of people with master's degrees, graduate students, and these writing center coordinators. Looking at other presentations during the conference, we saw that other colleges have ideas that we can also implement into our Learning Resource Center, such as UCLA's writing coordinator commissioning a student to create more relatable flyers for students so they could see how tutors are students as well and not professors to create that level of comfortability. Another presenter brought insight with how students with English as a second language tend to be more focused on the literal aspect of papers, such as getting their point across, but often lack that technical aspect where students with English as a first language wouldn't. And instead, those students with English as a first language would struggle more with getting their point across.
Thank you. Yeah, so I am back, but on a happier note, right? Because we want to spread that good that you were talking about. And this just highlights a couple of things that our tutors across the campuses, Menifee, San Jacinto, and Temecula, our peer educators are phenomenal. And I just was so proud of them to watch them stand up and hold ground against graduate students and folks. And so we are so proud of you, and thank you for putting MSJC on the map and the good things that our peer educators do for our students. And then we're always looking for more opportunities to get you outside of your comfort zone, because let's just say talking in front of folks, it's stressful, right? And so I'm happy to hear that you've learned so much and grew through that experience. And it is my intention to push more of our peer educators to do the same thing in future efforts. So, and thank you all for the support, our leadership to make it happen. And so more to come next time, right? Next year.
Thank you. Thank you so much. That was a great presentation, and keep it up. What a great topic as well. So relevant with what we're all going through. And frustration on teachers and students' parts with AI is a massive topic that we need to confront head on. And no one knows exactly how to do it. So the fact that you're trying to just figure it out for us is so important. Next up, 14.2, Student Government Association and Student Clubs Update. Update on Student Government Association and other student clubs at MSJC. You may just need to stay hand back and forth, but I'm not certain if there's two mics.
Oh, no worries. How do we change the slide? Is it this one?
Oh, okay.
Perfect.
That's
Okay.
it.
All
I was
right.
trying to figure out what you were looking for.
I was
Second mic.
pressing the keyboard and it wasn't moving, so I was like, okay, we're good.
All right.
All righty.
And be sure to point it at the computer that's doing it, not the screen. There we go.
Unfortunately, I have messed it up, so.
Okay.
All righty.
Okay.
Starting with our executive council, I am the president of the student government. Elise Gonzalez is our vice president of Temecula.
Hi, everyone. My name is Tiana Jones, and I currently serve as the Menifee vice president, but formerly I served as the SJC vice president. So, yeah.
And an unfamiliar face in the room, our student trustee, Claudia Waluco.
Hello. Hi.
All righty. Now going to the next slide. We have our legislative council from our Menifee campus.
So we have our Senator of Student Equity, which is Serenity Seiler. We have Corey Tatum, Senator of Athletics, Kaylin Fouché, Senator of Public Relations, and Geneva Davison, which is the Senator of Academics.
Moving on to our TVC campus, we have Leah Gubatosi, who is our Senator of Academics, Lamari Oliver, our Senator of Academics, Rajim Kumar, our Senator of Student Center Affairs. And on the San Jacinto campus, we have Dylan Collins, the Senator of Student Equity and Cultural Affairs. Moving on to our visions and goals, fall 2025. Our first goal was to create avenues which encourage active engagement district-wide. 2 is to establish and maintain positive working relations with the college administrators, faculty, and staff to serve as a liaison between the student body and members of these groups. And 3 is to foster an environment that enhances equity and leadership opportunities to all students by embracing diverse campus demographics.
And for our spring 2026 vision and goals, we had 1, empower every student to success by delivering clear, timely, and student-centered communication and providing strong, accessible academic support that meets students where they are and moves them towards their goals. 2, implements leadership opportunities through advocacy and showcasing our determination through sustained, equitable policies. And 3, foster collaboration with campus service centers to increase student awareness of their resources and highlight their role in supporting academic and personal success.
Our accomplishments this year. We were able to successfully restructure of officer roles and addition of new roles for more equitable representation across campus, implementation of spirit hours to increase student engagement and foster school pride across campus, ongoing efforts towards the development of the Child Development Center Garden on the SJC campus with planning and coordination actively underway, advocacy efforts to prevent the relocation of the MVC Makerspace to a smaller room in order to avoid loss of equipment and preserve student resources, the creation of the MSJC SJC Black History Month art exhibit to celebrate Black history, culture, and student artistic expression on campus.
Sending student government members to Sacramento for March in March, hosted by SSCCC to advocate for student needs and statewide community college issues, advocacy for the building of a student union, central involvement, continuation for advocacy for the implementation of African study programs, support and passage of the SSCCC Resolution 26.08.09, created by Trustee Walugo, establishing reporting procedures for all California community colleges, lobbying for federal student aid in Washington, D.C., advocating for other departments to increase overall school involvement. And here's some of the conferences we went to. I attended a lot of these conferences and I took a lot away from them. And I think the main thing that I took away is acknowledging where our school is excelling and also where we could kind of work on things. I think it's really important to look at things from another perspective. When you see things just from your point of view and kind of like our school, you think maybe there's things that we just entirely need and we don't even have, but then you're looking at other schools and you see that they're not as far along as where we are. And so it's just really important to keep that in mind. And other schools, sometimes they have policies in place where you realize that there's things we could be doing better. So I recommend any chance you get going to conferences to be able to communicate and collaborate with other schools. So it was a great opportunity.
Perfect. And then, these are some notable moments throughout the year. Our State of the College on the bottom left, our homecoming pink out game, our yearly Women's Day event, scary movie night on the SJC, Washington, D.C. conference, our Club Crush on the MVC campus, the yearly SJC Harvest Festival, and finally, Makerspace advocacy. Our final goals: facilitate better growth and involvement with our student population, continue advocacy for the building of Student Union Center, continue advocacy to ensure the MVC Makerspace retains its current space and preserves access to essential equipment and student resources, implementation of a judicial branch to oversee fairness, accountability, and equity within SGA operations and decision-making, continue outreach efforts, continue advocacy and development efforts for the SGA Child Development Center Garden on the SJC campus to support student engagement and hands-on learning spaces. Increase and expanding fundraising efforts to support student program, campus initiatives, and SGA-led projects. Continue to lead with student interest as a primary focus in all advocacy initiatives and decision-making process. Write resolutions that highlight our students' views and wants. Our overall future goal is to improve our events and foster better representation in the upcoming year. Questions, comments, concerns? Perfect. And then one last slide. Oh.
What would be the best location? I mean, we check.
I personally,
I think if I could, sorry, So the Student Union Center was something that actually the previous student trustee, Sam, brought into the conversation. And one of the realities of it is we know that it has to be an existing building already. Our biggest contender right now would actually be Building 700 at Menifee, the cafeteria, because it does have the spaces for individual programs off to the side if need be. But that is something that we can realistically see as happening, a few years from now, because there are still current programs that are occupying that space. However, student life is also occupying that space, so it's a good place for us to kind of start, building up from, and trying to make it a little bit more student centered.
Thank you so much, Trustee Waluko. Any other questions, comments, concerns? Perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. It has been a pleasure and an honor to serve as your SGA.
Great presentation. Thank you.
All right. Item 14.3, and I really got to hand it to all of you that have made it to the end of the meeting. It's been a longer one than normal. MSJC TEDx Studio Recognition. The MSJC TEDx Studio program is led entirely by volunteers who contribute their time and expertise to advance the college's mission to promote the power of ideas within the MSJC community. The TEDx Studio event serves as a valuable communications and marketing platform, positioning the college as a hub for innovation and ideas worth spreading. The Board of Trustees is about to look at it a few slides, I believe. Or is it just this one? We're going to look at this slide, and we're presenting certificates of appreciation to both the staff and the support personnel who make it all happen each year. So with that, would anyone like to join me as we pass a few? You're all welcome. This is quite a font, so with my glasses, I'll do my best to read. So first it's Dr. Candace Saunders Creek, correct? Curry, okay, thank you. Sure. Okay. Next is Dr. Collins Field. Thank you very much. Okay, so we will, I would like to read your names, okay? Alan Marsala. Eric Walker. Jennifer Bainey. Monique Leva. Rachel Richardson. And Stephen DeWalden. I do have a question, but I'll say that I have a on the mic. I have a question. It's not a grilling, I promise. My question is, have we ever considered having a TEDx on the 5th floor in the giant science studio? I love that room. It just seems like that would be such an exciting place among other locations throughout the district. But the way that room pops with the elevated seating and the giant screens, I'm just wondering if you've considered that.
We have not considered that yet. I know they do the TEDx Temecula salons in this very building. But something that has kind of happened is we do TEDx MSJC Studio right now where they record it at Studio 215. If you haven't checked it out, you should. It's awesome. And of course, you can watch our TED Talks once they're live online. But because of the pandemic, we have moved to those studio talks, which is a great opportunity to highlight the studio. But it would be really nice to bring back live events because now we are in a post-pandemic world where we can interact with more people. But that's a great idea and definitely something to consider.
I miss those TEDx with everyone in the audience and the excitement you feel when people start thinking about some of these great ideas and that they hadn't considered before. So I'd love to, down the road, maybe we can do something big like that. And I know you would have, I think you would have our support.
So how do you become a speaker? Do you get invited or you just?
That's a great question. So the challenge with TED Talks is that they're a lot more challenging than you might expect. And I know Trustee Brian Silva can attest to that because he gave a TED Talk this past year. But we typically do stick to speaker invites just because it is so challenging. And we also want to preserve the diversity in speakers that we have. Currently, there is an open application or a rolling application for those who are interested. Unfortunately, what happens when we have those open applications, or at least what I've noticed as the lead organizer, is it tends to be a lot of business owners. And as much as I want to hear from local business owners, and I think that's fantastic, we want to, again, speak to TED's mission, which is to promote ideas worth spreading and also to give voice to a diverse voices. And so people who are experts in different areas, whether that be in education or if that is business or maybe sports, we want to make sure that we preserve that. So that is basically how it works is we usually invite speakers, see if they're interested, they apply, and we go through a review process with the folks on our committee, which this year was Dr. Colin Steele and Dr. Andy Pasolini and Alan Marsala. And we reviewed those speakers and we made sure that they were, again, speaking to that mission. But yeah, that's the process, generally speaking.
And how do you decide what's worth speaking about? What do people want to listen to? The theme?
How do we choose the speakers?
Or the theme?
Or the theme. Oh, that's a great question. So it depends on the organizing team. This year, we had our committee select the theme. Usually we come up with, at least at TEDx MSJC, a verb that we can kind of speak to, again, preserving that diverse topic. So this year, our theme was Amplify. In years past, we've also had the Communications Club, which is part of the Communications Department, which I'm an associate faculty member for. Usually they would come up with a topic. So it just depends on who's running it. But this year it was the committee. And again, we thought that amplifying voices was really important. It's something that different people need to be able to give voice to whatever is they're passionate about. So we had people talking about the importance of using language that matters, the importance of slam poetry and giving voice to the community members, especially young people, among other topics. So Amplify was our theme this year, but the year before it was Connections. It just kind of depends. Yeah. So any other questions?
I know this isn't about Studio 215, but I think the future is bright for Studio 215. I really love, and anything we can use to broadcast and amplify Studio 215, to use your theme, is worthwhile. So thank you so much and congratulations on your efforts.
Thank you again.
So, Chair Ashley, if you just allow me like 30 seconds. So as a person who's
Your
experienced.
picture is up on that.
That is true. That is true. As a subject matter expert in sports marketing, I was chosen for this particular project. But I want to thank you. I want to thank you. I want to thank the entire staff, everybody that helped participate and make this happen. The level of professionalism and the challenge in managing so many egos, and trying to take a subject matter and funnel it into a focused 8-minute conversation is insane. That level of commitment from everybody is telling, and I'm just effusive with praise for everything that this team has put together. Thank you, Andy. Thank you, everybody. It was a great experience and very challenging.
Thank you so much. We are glad to have you.
I have one other comment too. Only because I know another speaker really well, a friend of mine, Dr. Jennifer Root, and she was honored to be chosen. And she talked about prepping for this, and it was maddening at times, but she was also very honored. So I can't wait to see this when it's ready to be shown.
Yes, please check it out. They should be getting released in June of this year. So I'm sure there'll be an announcement on the website, but I had the pleasure of working with Dr. Jennifer Root, and she did a fantastic job. So thank you.
So really briefly, go over that process, because this is not a decision you make. This is a decision TEDx makes.
Yes, the process of these videos getting approved. Yeah, so the challenge with TEDx is that as much as we put a lot of effort, we usually start planning in October, and we start recruiting speakers, and we start planning the talks. We have to make sure that the speakers actually develop talks that are going to be approved by TED, because once we record them and we edit them, which is all done by Alan Marsala, and huge kudos to him. I mean, he does a fantastic job with his team, with the creative media department and the students that are involved there. But we send those talks off to TED, and then they have to approve them. And that means we have to make sure that the speakers are actually following TED guidelines. So I know it sounds simple. And as Brian Silva here has pointed out, it is not. A lot of speakers have fantastic ideas, and they're worth spreading, or ideas that they could share, but they're not necessarily in line with TED's mission. And as I was mentioning, it has a lot to do with making sure that we're actually sharing things that are not biased, that we're not trying to promote products, that it's about trying to raise attention to important issues and giving voice, again, to communities who maybe are not as amplified as they should be. And so that's where part of selecting really good speakers is really important, because those speakers have to put in the time to make sure that they're adhering to those guidelines. And so there's a lot of writing and revising that is involved, that goes into preparing for that recording day, which I know that Brian Silva can also attest to how challenging and kind of intimidating recording day is. So you have to make sure that you've done all that prep work for months and months and months to make sure that the talks are top quality and that they're going to be approved. And again, it's not just about content, it's also about the delivery of the talks as well. So the speakers have to be very prepared to deliver a memorized talk that is anywhere between 6 to potentially 18 minutes max. And if you've ever memorized a speech, you know exactly how hard that is. It is not an easy feat. So hopefully all 8 of our speakers will have approved TED Talks that we will be able to see go live on TED's YouTube channel. But again, it is at the discretion of TED and not us. So hopefully the hard work that me and my team have put in this year will allow those speakers to have their voices heard. So thank you.
Thank you. And now for the moment that we've all been waiting for. Item 14.4 with Anna Sterling, the board's self-evaluation and board goals presentation. Wait, where are you going? No, I'm kidding. Thanks, Anna. Dean Sterling, you may. Well, you know what? Hold on. These were introduced at the board self-evaluation process meeting on March 12th. At this meeting, I'm sorry, we went over these at our special session, and you're presenting them here today. Thank you. Go ahead. I'll get out of my own way now.
This is my favorite spot in the agenda.
Right before adjournment.
So since I'm so comfortable, I think I will just now read about 14 slides. No, I'm just kidding. In the interest of time, I am going to go through this pretty quickly. So yes, this is the self-evaluation results and the board goals preparation for the upcoming cycle, which is a 2-year cycle. So this is a very high-level summary. There's attached to the board agenda the full board goals report, which has a more in-depth summary of the self-evaluation responses, but overall, the self-evaluation was divided into 2 sections, our key functional areas, and then progress on the existing goals, the goals that were identified for the previous cycle. Overall, pretty positive feedback, as we discussed at the retreat. So again, I'm not going to go through all of that part there. So during the retreat, after the discussion of the board goals and the progress on the previous goals, the board discussed their priorities for the upcoming cycle and kind of identified 6 overall priorities. These 6 priorities were then refined down into the actual goals that are being presented today. And again, this is based on the feedback that was provided through the discussions on the prior goals, the self-evaluation, and then the overall priority conversation that was facilitated by Pam Fisher at the retreat. So again, there are 4 goals. So I'm not going to read through all of it, but I will read the goals. So goal number 1 is to ensure fiscal responsibility and sustainable resource planning. And again, I'm not going to read the full goal, but that is the goal for goal number 1. And then there are 3 objectives for each goal. These will be the things that we'll be discussing when we do our next self-evaluation, which I'll talk about at the end. Goal number 2 is to strengthen the board's advocacy to advance district and system priorities. Goal number 3 is advance student access, support, and success. And goal number 4 is to develop an effective board CEO partnership during the leadership transition. So of the 4 goals, you can see I did put together this kind of brief overview about how the priorities that were discussed align directly with the goals that were identified at the retreat. So the goals are being presented here for you. Obviously, for first look, you have the full report. You have a 1 page that has all of the goals listed with all of the objectives for your review. And then this right here is just to talk about what the next steps in the process are after these goals will be adopted for the overall self-evaluation timeline. So in spring of 27 is the next time we will do a goal progress survey or self-evaluation. And that will be looking at just the current goals once adopted, the progress that's been made towards those. Then in fall of 27, you'll do again the comprehensive self-evaluation process where you're looking at all the key functional areas and goal progress. And that's in preparation for the early spring 2028, where we'll be going back into the same process at the retreat, looking at all of that information, looking at identifying priorities, and then developing goals. In the late spring, you'll see those goals come to you again for adoption. So next steps, again, please read through the goals, read through all of the language in the goals. These are your goals. Like I said, I was going to read all of the slides to you, but I figured since it's already, 8 p.m. that you could, check those out on your own at a later time. But please read through all of the goals and objectives. And if there are any changes to any of the language that you would like to adjust, you can work through the president's office to make those recommendations for changes. And then you'll see me again at the second board meeting in June, where you will be adopting your goals.
And that's when we'll read over them
Till then.
Exactly, yes.
Any other questions, comments?
At the risk of extending this meeting, no.
I do want to compliment Anna though for
Yes,
distilling
100%,
all the
yes.
great work of that Friday. And
Yeah, for being the last speaker.
I know it's a hard position. Good job.
Yeah, that meeting was at the Banning or the Past Business Hub. I forgot the exact name of it, but it was a long drive for Anna Sterling. Thanks, Anna. With that, we reach the sad conclusion of our night. Item 15.1 is adjournment. The next regular meeting of the Board of Trustees is scheduled for Thursday, June 11th at 4 p.m. Here at the Temecula campus with live streaming on YouTube. It is recommended that the Board of Trustees adjourn. Do we have a motion to adjourn?
I'll move to adjourn.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, student trustee, please vote.
My last vote. Aye.
Trustees, please vote.
Aye. And it was a good vote.
I want to know,
We're
look,
adjourned at
Brandon can't
7:59.
wait. Look at, he's got.
Outta here.
they're all-
So she back to me.